Hello, hello, my friends. Sorry I got a little delayed. Starting a bit later than I usually want to. But I got delayed with my chores, which resulted in a delayed dinner, which just resulted in a later dog walk. And so, that's what happens. Well, that is unfortunate. Are people actually in the game? Let's see. Who might be playing? Not a whole lot. I don't know when Smite 2 is supposed to go off, or on, I guess. I'm trying to figure that out. Hence my distraction here. Also, do we know who's coming? Oh, never mind. Ares and Susanoo? Bro, they don't give a shit about the Warriors, man. Where the Warriors at? Hmm? Haven't gotten a soul laner since the fucking first alpha. Where are they at, man? Some horse shit. Ares coming, though. That's definitely two gods that will change stuff around. The dominance jungler, as Susanoo. I wonder what changes they're giving him, man. He's already really good. I'll just take a look, actually. Might as well throw this on stream. Let me find it. Can I scale this a bit better, though? I'm trying to make it fill my whole screen, so I can still see my queue in the back. Okay, this works. Okay. Gameplay, relics, and aspects. At the start of each conquest match, players will get to select an aspect and a relic. An aspect. The order of selections are auto build, relic, aspect. Okay. Aspects and relics can be changed with the selection by using the undo button in the item shop and then buying a new one. So you can change them during the game. Aspects and relics cannot be sold and changed after leaving the... Okay, never mind. Sure, just keep reading. Let me pick in the back here. And also take some sounds back on. Ratataska. Relics. Right, goals. Present players with equally weight options instead of a default active effect, so there's no predetermined bias. Yeah, because before relics were you just had it. You just had beats or blink. In the well, in the in the beginning, you only had beats, and then they added blink as well, and everyone just went blink because it was just way better. It was comet blink. Why would you ever choose beats over comet blink? Yeah, provide a limited number of powerful active effects that feel like they can compete with beats and blink. Yeah, I mean that would be nice because usually those are the very dominant ones. We do not aim to fill out this slot with more effects rapidly. Many relics from Smite 1 just can't compete with these Smite 2 relics, and are better suited to active items where they can be supplemented with proper stats. Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about the active items, to be honest. It will definitely take time to readjust to that. Active items are they're interesting, but I don't know how to feel about them yet. So beats unchanged, blink rune. Okay, I think that's a good change. If you want to have combat blink, you definitely need to nerf it in some way, and this makes sense. So a range nerf, cool. And Sunder is getting okay, cool. Well, not cool. I'm gonna die faster as a frontline, but so yeah. Instantly damage jungle monsters and jungle bosses specifically. Wait, is this Hog? Also, I'm in a game, so let me focus on this for now. Weird. So is that actually gonna be? What was that item called again? The one junglers always went with to smack jungle camps? It's like a secure. I don't know how I feel about that being back. Because sometimes you would just run stupid metas where solos would also run it, just so you could invade all the time. It just kind of... It enforces invade metas. And Smite 2 kind of already is doing that. So, I don't know how I feel about that just yet. Okay. Let me swap back over while I'm waiting anyway. So, yeah. Instantly damage jungle monsters and jungle bosses with 500 plus 25 per... yeah, true damage too. Oof. Deals 1,000 damage at... Yeah. I mean... Yeah. I don't really like this, just based on experience with this. It hits gods, dealing... Okay, so you can also hit gods. That's just me reading them wrong. Not reading far enough again. 30 plus 1 per level true damage. 5 times? At least it doesn't stun anymore, which is what it used to do. It used to be a stun and not a damage thing, but now it also does damage, man? That's crazy. That is pretty crazy. So why is my chat showing the wrong shit? Thank you. Oof. Go creeps. Damn. I should just all in on him.
Wow, you must have choking on the meatball. You think you can just pass away like that?
Not hitting level 3 here kind of sucks. Well, the tiger farmed me, so I should be good. Now this will kind of suck though, because he is gonna TP in. Damn it!
You're just a concern.
I tried.
Some delicious
Alright, let's
pasta.
get the... Do I get power actually first? I think I will. I want to get this first. I went for it. My dash just hit him as well. I'm being unnecessarily greedy.
An enemy has been slain.
I also don't know if he's gonna go for a damage Wukong here. If he is, it's gonna be good for me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hey, I see what's up, man. Hope you're having a nice day. And as the title says, if Smite 2, if and or when Smite 2 comes up, if you guys know, let me know. Because I do want to get into Smite 2 the second it opens up.
Your middle tower is under
Creep diff. Creep diff.
so maybe a little soft did hurt
I need this wave.
compliments to the chef. Your left tower is under attack.
Fine.
Okay, now we're good.
Claws sharpened and ready to go.
Yeah, no idea when Smite 2 comes up. Right.
Be right back.
A surprise. Okay, bend to my will. Hit him with that secret sauce.
No! Damn you, tower!
Dio mio, this dish is overcooked. Okay.
My dash didn't do enough damage. Just to finish him off. At least, from what I can tell, my creeps should be winning.
Enemy spotted.
But he's gonna have TP here. I just TP back. Though, I imagine he's gonna go for his blue first.
Nothing left.
He is not. Fucking new old as well. He's going pretty tanky. Surprising.
An ally has been slain.
Swoosh!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't think he ever went for his blue.
Your middle tower.
When I just looked at him. I could have just taken his blue.
Got you!
Still has a small XP lead. Another casual there? Yeah. The first game got dodged, so I just decided fuck it.
To my will.
Let's get out.
Fun treat.
today I'm expecting a casual day either way, because I'm planning on playing Smite 2 when it's back up. There's not really much else to do in Smite 2. Are you aware this one CD goes in cooldown? Or goes down when you hit your other abilities? Have I been actively aware of it? Probably not, no.
Mamma mia, not again!
But I mean, I'm noticing the cooldown when it's up and down, obviously, so there is that. Yeah, you go home now.
Of surprise! Your right tower is under attack. Nice work.
Oh, it hurts.
Man, junglers don't exist in this game. For our solos. Not a single jungler on either side has visited solo. Maybe I jinxed it now.
Your left tower is under attack. You think you gonna just pass away like that?
All my nuts
Defend right lane.
meats are secured safely.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ah, we have a jungle Terra. Didn't see. Yeah, it incentivizes using your one first. It does. But I don't think that's a good idea most of the time. So yeah, I agree.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
No, why Terra just dipped out before.
Be careful right. Okay.
He's gonna keep going tanky. He does have shifters now, so he's giga tanky.
This is mine. No sharing. Over the tree and throw. Mine.
Okay. Be out of mana. Thanks.
It's not someone we can kill. It's just a tanky right now. Man, who builds Wukong tanky? What is this?
I would.
Ally has
but
been
it is
slain.
so boring.
Your left tower
I
is under attack.
guess I TP to the wrong tower. Whoops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing middle. Wow, he must have snuck on the meatball.
I missed. Bad.
Your structure is under attack.
Take that!
I gotta not miss my 3, but it's also something that's hard to consistently hit, so...
An enemy has been slain.
I'm the best. Yeah.
Fluid like the wind.
I got you!
Fucking the ult. You're not helping at all, man.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that. Working on the meatball. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Okay, so maybe a little. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under
Alright, he backed NCP, it seems. Then I will simply just try and take what I can as a result.
Oof. I got you! That's what you get for messing with the North.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy
Swoosh! Swoosh!
Enemy spotted.
You're mine.
You think you can just pass away like that?
In my territory. Countries. Watch me.
Out of mana. Bye.
Your right tower is under attack. Like the wind. Okay. No
Out of mana.
fight.
But mana, we probably could kill him, but maybe I can still stick around for this.
An ally has been slain. Crush them. Now that's a spicy meatball.
I'll take that, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No Smite 2, please. Why not Smite 2? Why do you hate Smite 2? I think Smite 2 is great. It's much better than it used to be.
Your right tower
I don't know what to build.
under attack.
You're mine.
Classic. Happens to the best.
Enemy missing middle. Thanks. Silent. Okay. Fluid like the wind.
Enemy spotted.
Only if Arena? No, dude, I don't want to play Arena anyway.
Over the trees and through the woods. Wolves and countries.
Hells yeah.
I don't even like Arena. I think Arena sucks. No, it's fine, but it's kind of on the boring side for me, to be honest.
I would hunt, but it is so boring.
I just kind of only like Conquest these days, I feel like. I think Slash is okay. It's a good mix of like a more, I guess, a more aggressive, smaller map. But that still has lanes. I just prefer the laning stuff.
Slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Man, I don't want to leave my tower for this.
Mwah! Compliments to the
That should be good. I'll blink if I need it.
Fine.
I do think the new Conquest map definitely could be better, but I don't think Arena would be an improvement in my head. Not for me, at least. The only thing I'm disappointed with Smite 2 at the moment is the lack of warriors, man. I'm a solo main, right? What the fuck am I supposed to play? There hasn't been a new solo god in Smite 2 the past 3 alphas. Only the very first alpha had a solo, like they had the solo gods coming out. Since then, there hasn't been anyone. It's really annoying. Like, what am I supposed to play? I'm gonna play Ares solo now? Fuck no. I'll have fun with Susano, don't get me wrong. I love playing Susano, he's great. But he's not a good solo. Like, he's still gonna get clapped by Bologna or something like that if he meets them in solo, so.
Out of mana.
Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been
I'm following you, Rat.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower. You think that you can just pass away like that?
I don't know why all the low HPs are sticking around, to be honest. Damn. Do we have people incoming? Because this could take a while. We aren't killing each other.
Follow me. Shut down. Your right tower. Fury have been slain. Double kill.
Man, I didn't even see him. I think I could have been able... should have been able to react to that. Full damage Rat is not good at killing tanks. So I need to stop going for Wukong in general. Not that I was, I guess. He was just the only one left. Why not Ares? This is really the stage of the game where soul lanes are unkillable. If you kill their team, then he's all yours. I think the problem with Ares in solo is his wave clear. Not anything else. Like, he can definitely kill stuff by himself, don't get me wrong. But he's easy to peel off if he's alone. And just run away from if he misses a chain. He's a bit too reliant on his chains to be a good solo. But the main problem with Ares, and someone like Bacchus as well, is just the wave clear. They can't kill stuff easy enough compared to all the other warriors. Or just the warriors in general, and a few guardians. Okay, I'll take it.
Okay, so maybe a little something
my way.
like someone.
Ultimate is ready.
Save yourself! Baby!
Yes, please focus me.
Compliment. Yes. Wow. He must have spoken on the meat. Two meatballs is better than one. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Bravo!
This is mine. No sharing.
It's not looking like a good fight for us here. It's fucking Nua minions, dude. I can't deal with them.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your left tower.
Dude, they're still coming.
Your
Jesus Christ, go away.
structure is under attack.
Are you a full-time streamer? Depends on what you mean by that. I don't get paid by my streaming, really. I have a few subs, but no, it is not my job. I just do it for fun. It's pure enjoyment.
Do I need to sharpen my teeth too?
I'm gonna do the blue one this time. I generally prefer redstone, though.
Enemies incoming middle. Enemies incoming middle.
Place a word for teleport.
We don't have any wards. If Wukong TPs, this is gonna be bad. And he's behind them. It is bad.
An enemy has been slain.
They'll win the fight, I guess.
Fresh meat has been tenderized. I'll attack the cold fury here. Into my will. Moi, compliment. Mount me, not again.
Damn it. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth, Wukong. You ain't getting away. God damn it. That slow lasts a long time.
I wanna go fast.
Why can't we kill him, man? Alright, never mind. I know exactly why. It's fucking Sylvanas. We cannot kill Wukong because we don't have enough damage dealers for it.
An enemy has been slain.
And he's full tank. I mean, he's a full tank Wukong. It's just hard to kill.
Think that you can just pass away like that? Double kill.
God damn.
All my nuts, I mean meats, are secured safely.
Rat's definitely fun, but he's hard, I feel like, to play when we get to this stage. He just doesn't scale as well as a full tank, because he's not really tanky enough, and at the same time, he doesn't have big, reliable damage output. He's fast though, he can bait a lot of stuff. There is value, but it's tough. It also doesn't help that we have an Acne tank. He's doing just fine. The only problem with it is that we don't really have an actual front line here.
Over the trees and through the woods.
Yes.
Wolves can't find you.
What the fuck?
Ally has been slain. Yes. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Damn, good Sylvanas pull. This fucking Sylvanas is a pain in my ass. Yo, can we just kill the Jingwei, man? Sylvanas is low-key carrying them right now.
Fine.
The constant healing output,
Ew.
which we definitely have something against, right? Okay, our mage does not have Divine. Obviously I don't. We don't have anything there. Dude, we don't have a single anti-healing item on our team.
Enemy team.
Okay, so maybe a little
They caught my dash somehow. I don't even know with what. Probably the new stunts.
Mama will not be happy.
I don't understand how we don't have a single Divine Rune on our team. With the two mages.
Think you're gonna just pass away?
And not even just two mages, also a Terra jungle. Alright, we gotta get at least one Divine Man. With 3 characters that can use it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And one, like, honestly, 3 mages that apply it very easily. But I get it. It is casuals. Can't expect too much. Ah, he's dead. No Aegis.
Party and joke.
Yeah, I don't think Terra should be the ones to get it either. 100% of the mages we have, it should be Merlin. Merlin applies it so easily. He's got so much AoE bullshit. Acne also applies it very easily, but he's the Guardian, or our tank, right? So. Fucking Jingwei crits. What I should have went with is...
An enemy has been slain.
Your titan is under attack.
Wow! He must have choked on the meatball.
Dude, holy fuck. I just need to blink. This Sylvanas is babysitting Jingwei like nothing I have seen in my life.
An enemy has been slain.
My god.
No, Cheryl. It hurts.
No one eats for free.
Okay, they got him. Wukong's dead.
Mwah! Compliments to be shared. Deicide.
Ew. What is that? I got you.
Hit him with that secret sauce.
Out of mana. Be right back.
This game will never end. Hey Nea, what's up, man? That was day 2 of having a bathroom going. So that is one way to put it. I mean, I guess one, like, I guess smaller update, I suppose, that everyone in the stream should know as well. At the moment, there is currently, if you follow my Twitter, you've probably seen it, but currently there is someone imitating my name, lobby crashing.
Your team has destroyed middle enemy.
So that is happening at the moment, which I'm currently trying to deal with as well. But I don't really let that bother me, to be honest. It's whatever. It's not the first time someone has imitated my name. People did it back in when I was in TSM as well. It's just a bit different when it's lobby crashing,
Hungry.
because it makes the name look bad now. That being said, I'm already looking into it. So, but outside that, my day's great. I'm having a good time. Looking forward to seeing Smite 2 a bit later. Maybe now, if it's a thing. I don't know when it opens up. But I'm looking forward to it.
The enemy
The thing is, yeah,
Gold Fury.
yeah, you didn't care about them now, they're going for your reputation. That's the thing. Because I never really cared. And I don't understand why they care so much. I'm a small streamer playing a game that has less players than, Jesus Christ, so many other things. Why do you care so much about this? I don't understand.
I wanna go fast.
Wow, he must have choking on the meatball. Mamma mia, not again.
It feels really, really silly.
Better than one.
I'm marking my territory. I am fine. Ew. What is that?
Ally has been slain. Orders up, it's fresh and juicy.
I wanna go fast.
Someone did just spawn. Well, I'm just gonna push anyway.
You think you're gonna just pass away like that?
I got you. Over the trees and through the woods. This is making me wanna go fast.
It doesn't bother me personally. Like, I'll just not play a ranked for a little while, so that people know that it's not me, at least until it's resolved. And when it gets resolved, I can go back to playing a bit more ranked. I'm not saying I'm gonna stop playing ranked completely, but I won't play ranked at least outside of streaming. Not that I really did that before either way, but at least now I just won't at all. Which is fine to me as well. I already mentioned a few times on stream, I do have an ult. Like, I'm still getting my fill of ranked, so
No,
I don't mind. I'll just mostly play casuals, and Smite 2 for now. For me, that's just fine. I know a lot of people may find that slightly less interesting to watch, which is it's cool. I get it, but to me, it doesn't matter a whole lot. I just like playing Smite. I just want to play the game.
Enemies, the fire giant! Fire giant! Enemy team has destroyed.
How did they get that?
Been slain.
Why are you even on me, Wukong?
Wow, compliments to the chef. The fresh meat has been tenderized.
We also don't have anyone peeling, which is really bad. Agni isn't peeling, he's always initiating.
Mamma mia, not again! Okay, so maybe a little salt beer had some.
what is that?
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Wolves can climb trees.
Your Titan is under attack.
Over the tree and
Do the mid-stun dash again? Yeah, you can laugh all you want. Your Sylvanas did fucking everything for you. God damn. That is insane. Well, that's one thing, I guess. Sylvanas did really well on their team. On our team, we just didn't peel. We had a rough time because we didn't have a front line. And a Terra jungle. You could hit GM and duel. I could just spam duel, yeah. I don't really get any fulfillment out of that, to be honest. Duel is so boring to me. You just sometimes meet someone who just goes full tank, and it's just so boring. That game takes like 30 minutes and nothing happened. That's my problem with duel. Oh, that is some low Merlin damage, unfortunately. That was a fun game, though. I enjoyed this game. I grabbed this one. It's a low queue, so I'll just give it a shot. Yeah, double defense sit on the tower for 30 minutes. Like, goddamn, man. Yeah, I feel like I would also rather fight hackers in Conquest than play Duel. Unironically. It's weird. Duel is just... yeah. It's in a weird spot. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just gonna... I need to be in the right mindset to play Duel. Because I do enjoy it. Yeah, it's actually, yes. Can someone confirm? Is Smite 2 open? Maybe you guys can check a different stream. I can also just check a different stream. I don't see anyone on my friend list, at least, on Twitch being... No? Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking today probably isn't going to be much Smite 2. It might be a shorter stream overall today, because I need to go to bed a bit earlier. Because holy fuck, man. My sleep schedule's been kind of bad. So I might go to bed earlier. I can't be waking up at 2 p.m., bro. I hate it. I feel like I'm wasting my day. I've just been so tired because of the renovation bullshit. Quit Smite after you got a PC because you couldn't transfer all your PS4 skins, but you're so excited to come back for Smite 2. I see. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do that. Also, the co-op playthrough of Elden Ring I was doing with a friend was so funny. You left him at Rodan and he raged for after 2 hours. Understandable. Especially if everything you've done up till then was pretty easy. Especially with a co-op partner. Then, I get it. Are we first pick? How can you tell these days? Bro, how can you tell if you're first pick or not? I don't even know. Temple top right.
Select your god.
Well, we are first pick, so that's great. Temple top right. Can you only see it before, or am I blind? On the branch. What, just like in this area? Normally? Or is it gone now? Am I looking for something that's gone? Bird? Bird? Oh, there's a bird there. I see. I never noticed there was a bird there. Okay. So around this area, right below like Gems and Favor, you can normally see it. Alright, I'll keep an eye out. The Olympian border. Are you just making me see shit? Maybe I do need glasses. Also, who is this statue here? Who is this winged god with a beard, as far as I can tell, and a sword and a scythe? What the fuck don't we have this guy? I might be blind. Just the entire scenic view. Noted. Are you just generally mean this thing, right? This big fucking thing? That's not the one, right? Or is it? It doesn't matter anymore when you're banning. Okay, that's the thing, because I don't know when it disappears. Sometimes I'm just too slow and I'm like, oh shit, now I'm banning. Am I first or not? That's my problem. Is this during the planning phase? Okay, that makes sense. Because I feel like I'm too distracted chatting with you guys that I don't actually look at what's happening until I need to ban, and then it's gone. Is that correct? Hello, Bengus, my friend. How are you doing? Yeah, you like to yapping about birds. Well, it's right there, dude. Look at it. It's right there. You see it? It's right there. You see the bird? I can't believe you missed the bird, Neo. How could you miss the bird? It's right there. You're doing great. How the game's been for you? I've only done one so far, and it was a casual, and I lost, so take that how you want. Also, what the fuck am I against? I think I'm against Poseidon. This looks like I'm against Poseidon. Though it could also be Mati. Maybe it's Rat. I have no idea. I think it's Rat. No, I'm not gonna guess. I have no idea. You got the clip we pointed from last time. Did you get the clip of the Cerberus double ult? I forgot. That just insta-died. That was great. I forgot if we did a clip of that.
There are many strong foes.
It just felt good.
Of gods. I will slay them one by one.
Greetings, little one. May you find peace within this world.
You have no how clips work? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, you gotta make it public. And then it saves it on the channel. Excuse me. Jesus Christ. I'm a balloon today. What's happening? It's got so much air in me.
Greetings, little one.
Greetings.
I can just check. Let's see. Content, clips. Is there one from Neo? There is one from Neo. Yes. There is indeed. I see it. My Arthur is pretty sloppy. I'll see how this goes. At this point, the few times I feel like playing him, he's always banned. Now that he's open, I feel like there's a lot of pressure in my hands to play him well. I even first picked him. Didn't actually want to press that. It is Muticarus, okay. I'm meeting this shit twice in like 2 days. Fucking Muticarus. He's got really good clear in the early game. Well, I think I got the thing, but I died for that. And he doesn't have TP, so this could work in my favor, slightly. But... well, it doesn't work in my favor. I just stopped dying at level 2, I'll tell you that. I want my jungle to gank this guy before level 5 so badly. It is the easiest gank in the world. Hey, Seagull, what's up, man? Seagull, how the fuck do we deal with Muticarus? I don't deal with this god at all. How is the preferred method into this motherfucker? Because he's got such good wave clear. And he does it very safely, too. Because I don't think he's a good solo. I just think he's good in lane, specifically. But he's the easiest motherfucker for the jungler to gank. Well, pre-5. You save K farm, no point in hitting him? Great. I wish I knew that before I died at level 2. In my defense, I also did a lot of damage to him. But, alright, noted. Thank God I got this. Holy shit. That would have fucked me so fucking hard if I didn't. That's just pure luck.
Okay.
Yeah, my lane would have been fucking over, man. I agree. Okay. I expected the ult much sooner. I tried. I wanted to see how much damage I could do.
Light yet strong, and stylish, my dear. Defend!
You think you can just pass away like that? Wow! He must have broken out.
If you fight like a coward, you will die like a coward.
I wanted to cooldown, but I'm just gonna sit on my blue. No bullshit here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Missing. Ultimate is down. Be careful.
Mamma mia, not again! An
It
ally
is
has
truly
been
an
slain.
unfortunate outcome.
Yeah, I imagine that once I finish Phoenix, I'll have a chance if he wants to be really aggressive.
Be careful left.
On my way. Be careful left.
Mwah!
He heals a fuck ton though.
Okay,
Yeah, he started straight up Soul Eater.
be a little salt did her. Enemy has been slain.
He's gonna keep backing after every wave, man. Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna start chipping away at all these boys. Oh, shit. Let me get it. I only have a few seconds. Yeah, we got it. I'll just zone a bit. Slowly get my items on.
Wow! He must have choked her on the meatball.
I'm just out of mana. Big sad. It's fine. TP is up. And I can buy a full big boy. I cannot actually buy a full big boy. I'm lying. I'll grab this on the wave, and then back.
Attack the fire giant.
Filling my blue a lot here for no reason.
It is truly an unfortunate outcome. Enemy missing.
Perfectly balanced.
So all things should be. I don't know why they gave this Japanese inspired skin a Thanos quote, but it's really funny.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
How's it looking? I haven't looked. Romana has all our kills.
I will
Nice.
keep watch.
Well done, Romana.
Think I didn't even break a sweat?
Hey, Hero X, what's up, man? No! Oh my god, that root. It's brutal.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I need anti-healing.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Be careful, left. Be careful, right.
It is truly an unfortunate outcome.
What active should I go here? I'm kind of thinking Thorns, to be honest.
Don't make me laugh.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I like Thorns here. I'll get a Pridwin going. I'm feeling the lag of cooldown. I need to smack more often.
I'll defend middle lane. Enemy spotted.
You need to blink on Alpha? Really? You're the first person I've ever heard say that. Why do you think you need it? Just, I can see why. I'm just curious. I'm open to the idea. I'm always open for blink.
Enemy ultimate down. Oh, yes, indeed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain. You will curse this land no longer, foul beast.
Foul beast.
Bon appetito.
Stiffness and weird stuttering in this on this server.
Enemy has been slain.
It's kind of annoying.
On my way.
Quiet. Thanks.
Okay. Okay.
Light yet strong. And stylish, if I may add.
Motherfucker.
Enemies in the left jungle.
If you fight like a coward, you will die like a coward.
Good lord, the healing, dude. The amount of fucking healing he does is insane.
Be slain.
I need anti-healing, man. I'm heavily underestimating the healing. Dude, Jesus fucking Christ. That is insane. Man, what should I go for in terms of anti-healing though? I guess probably just a contagion. I'm gonna finish Pridwin first here. But goddamn, man, that is insane. But tanks are broken. Yeah, right now I do not think tanks are broken at all. I don't.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
He never... Does he have beats? He does have beats. He never beats my ult. That's kind of weird to me. What else would you beat? Nothing. I'm not sure why he is holding it.
Be gone. Do not my mana will return to the world. You are truly a valiant warrior.
Well, I fucking suck.
Possibly have been bested.
I underestimated my range on my ultimate.
May you find peace within this world.
I do think in terms of consistency, solo is probably one of the higher performing roles. But I do think ADC, ADC and support are such a big deal. I think partly because of how solo, the dueling works. You can snowball so easily, and sometimes by the time, I think if you get a fed, maybe I'll put it like this to make it more easily understandable. From my perspective, having a fed ADC is more valuable than having a fed solo. That's what I think. While it can go both ways, if you have a fed solo, the ADC is gonna struggle, sure. But if you have a fed ADC, the frontline means fucking nothing. So you see the frontline for a few seconds and they're literally dead. I think that's a big difference, is that one can kill the other much easier, if it's fed. But I could be wrong. I don't know how it is from a competitive perspective. That's just how my perspective in ranked is. Even though I play both. Like, I play both ADC and solo for the most part, and I definitely feel that's... Yeah, that is how I feel about it.
On my way. Nice try.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is down. Be careful.
Be right back.
Enemy missing, right? Enemy missing, right?
Under attack.
Enemy spotted. Be careful left.
I will keep watch.
Yeah, Poseidon was heavily out of position there.
Pack the gold fury. Whoop up.
My mana restores you.
Enemies have returned to base.
It's a really tanky rat.
Do not test me. Our souls are linked. On my way. I'll attack left lane.
He's gonna be able to back in time, probably. Yeah, that sucks.
My blessing to you. Allow me to heal your wounds.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Split pushing Marticris. Probably wasn't even worth it for us in this fight. Getting kills is great, but they just got a tier 2 amount of gold.
Enemy missing.
Too much for you.
Attack the fire giant.
We need ward.
On
Be
my way.
careful.
Spotted.
Enemy missing left.
I could have TP'd here, but I would rather keep it, to be honest, and then TP if we need it. This way I can also do a little sneaky farm until I get 20. It's both the tankiest thing I've ever killed.
Enemy missing left.
Your team.
We don't have a ward near.
A sharp blade for a sharper mind.
Job trying to get to anyone in time. Why is Ravana doing the mid camps below?
Please.
Fucking hell. No, you attack, man. I'm not fucking attacking. Hell no. You should attack before then, Ravana. What the fuck were you doing the heart piece? Yeah, beats makes you go down faster. You know, your beatsing is like a CC thing, so while you're in the air, you just kind of gently get put down again.
Ultimate is ready.
You fight like a
My blessing to you. Incredible.
Last item suggestions. Do they have crit? Yes, they do. I don't need suggestions anymore.
light yet strong. And stylish, if I may add.
I'll attack the fire giant.
Fuck it.
My mana restores you. Our souls are linked. My blessing to you. Test me. Allow me to heal your wounds.
The amount of
Our
things on the
souls
fucking
are
ground
linked.
is insane. Team, I can't follow, man.
Be careful.
An enemy has been slain.
Retreat!
Double kill.
My mana restores you. Do not test me. My mana will.
It's just way too deep, man.
I shall bear your burden. Not weighed down.
I'm running.
I will not fall so easily. A warrior's
Okay.
Okay. Fret not, little one. Yes. It is truly an unfortunate outcome.
He must have choking on the meat.
Incredible!
Fire giant.
I am gonna stick around till I can finish Spectral here.
Towers under attack. An enemy has been
perfectly
slain.
balanced, as all
Alright.
things should.
My team don't even need me, dude. Why am I even here?
Retreat! Mamma mia, not again!
Be gone!
Don't make me laugh.
My blessing to you. My mana restores you.
I'll defend. Okay.
Fret not, little one.
Ravana probably should.
Fire giant! I'll defend. Your left phoenix is under attack.
Our souls
That's fine. We deterred them.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Bro, no one is warding on their backs. I feel like I'm the only one. Well, I'm not the only one. I don't actually have a single ward on the map right now. I guess I'm slacking.
Our souls are linked.
He must have choken on the meat.
Be right back.
On my way. Place a wall.
I will be prepared for anything.
Well. Damn. I tried to say they should stay.
Fire giant. Fire
I will keep watch.
Because I was gonna TP back.
Take middle lane. Take middle lane. Fire giant. Your middle tower is under attack.
Do not test me. Our souls are linked.
Oh no, that was a gigantic fucking kraken. Well, GG's, I guess. I do hate being a solo frontline though. Afro is not a bad support, I think, but I fucking hate being the solo frontline. I really do.
Your middle tower.
I fucking hate it.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
I think Aphrodite is completely busted as well. I think she's such a disgusting character. But as a solo, it simply means I'll be the one taking all the hits for the most part. But goddammit, man. We should not have lost this game. I also think Ravana played super well this game, but if they have a Marticarus solo, fucking camp the shit out of this man. It's so easy to kill him. Give me 2 items, we dive him every single time. There was not a single gank on Marticarus in this whole game. The one time he tried was when I was already dead. And that's too fucking late. But overall, like, I think my team played well. Like, I was definitely the one who underperformed the most, I think, at least in the laning phases. Because I don't know, I lost this lane when I shouldn't have. I just wasn't sure how to play against it. Looks like my enemy team had fun in their comms, though. Hey, Yana, thank you so much for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a nice stream. Yo, do we know if Smite 2 is still up yet? Anyone? Any knowers? Do we know? I guess I should be able to see it on Steam if it is, but it is up? Well, shit. You discorded me. Oh no. I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't see it. Everything gets muted because it goes into streamer mode. Alright. This is fine though. I guess I can do one last rank game here. Let's make it a win, team, alright? Let's make it a win, yeah? I can do a few Smite 2 games before I fully go off. Thanks, have a good one. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Pick your god.
Does Johnny still play the game? I haven't seen him in such a long time. Well, I'm not playing Arthur again. He's kind of boring. For some reason, I just don't enjoy his lane flow. But he is very powerful. But I can't play him every game. It's not my guy. Oh, he doesn't? Okay. Oof. I know exactly who I need to play to win. And thank you for the follows, guys. Also, Seagull, and every other solo laner in my chat, can we all talk about how disappointed we are that Smite 2 hasn't added a single warrior in 3 alphas now? Are you serious? Why? I'm so disappointed because of that. What the fuck am I supposed to play? You want me to play Ymir and Bologna again?
Your god.
I don't like it. Alright? I don't. You're playing off-role soul laners. I do agree with you on that, but they added Ares and Susano. And sure, I will absolutely have fun with Susano. Don't get me wrong on that. Lil. Dude, Vamana is upgraded. He now has a platinum border. It's coming home. Vamana is rising. Yeah, Susano is gonna be... Bro, I'm excited to see the changes. I am. I think that's the one thing with Smite 2 that I'm always excited for, is to see what they have done with the gods. I forgot to ban Ao Guang. Shit. Susano feels so good. I'm happy to hear it. I'm glad you tested him. What's the difference? What is the new thing on Susano? If there is any. Usually there is at least a small change. Or and something added or something. Also, that's a nightmare, dude. I picked Vamana when they had 2 warriors, and now they decide to go with Ao Guang and Kronos. I feel like I'm being disrespected, and I don't like it. Nothing really. They nerfed the size of his ultimate. Okay. I think that's probably a good change, because that shit can hit the whole fucking team pretty easily. Probably a good change. But if he feels good, that's nice. Ares gonna be super OP. Oh no. What did they do? Don't tell me he can use his chains while he's ulting or some bullshit. Don't tell me he got the Hades treatment. I don't want to hear it. His chains hit for 1,000,000. Okay, so he's just overtuned. You can chain while using fire. I actually think that's a decent change. Also, Hero, that better not be you. If this is you on the Ao Guang, I think we need to talk. Alright, I need to smoke. I don't smoke. Classic. Who else would it be? The only one who ever plays Alquan against me and shits on my whole team. Every time. Dude, don't ruin my border on Vamana. He's a rising, man. Leave him alone. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve this. He's a good boy. And you're gonna treat him like he's a bad boy. Just you wait until he comes out in Smite 2. No one will be able to deal with me then. I will be unstoppable. But I hate that team comp as Vamana so much. That's such an anti you can't have fun as Vamana team comp. Okay, honest talk though. If there is something I want them to change with Vamana in Smite 2, I have two things. One, I've said this a few times with his 3. Vamana's 3 is unreliable. So, if you could somehow make it so that you can maybe detonate it in the middle of it, so like when you throw it out, you can press it again and it will detonate during the second amount of damage, I think that would be a nice change, like a quality change. Some people might think that's too strong, but I don't know, I kind of think it's kind of nice. It doesn't have to be a big circle, just a small one, so just to make it a bit easier to hit, because you're never fucking hitting that shit on range. You're not, like, it ain't happening. It's kind of an unreliable ability. Second thing, his passive. Vamana gains physical power and attack speed equal to percentage of his physical protections. It's very specifically physical protections. I think this makes him very, very situational. Because his passive, a lot of the times, is practically useless. But maybe that's just me. They could do the same thing as they did with Artemis and just make it so that maybe if a target gets slowed or... I don't know, I actually haven't thought about his passive much to be honest, but they could give him a passive that fits him a bit better. Make it like... Yeah, just make it something that maybe fits him a bit better in the way he's played. Because Vamana in the first place isn't exactly the best like ADC killer, even though he is decent at it. Also Seagull, I didn't even know this was you. But of course it is. Who else plays Amaterasu? Amaterasu main.
Out of the fire and into the frying pan.
Not an issue at all. Out of my way, numbnuts.
Coming.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing.
Okay.
Okay.
Great day.
Retreat, right leg.
Hot stuff coming through. Enemy spotted.
I don't want to walk up, man. I saw it.
Passed away.
I saw the thing. That little dragon man. And I'm very scared of said dragon man.
Fresh meat has been tenderized.
Move it, Buster.
Take right lane.
Okay. Behind us.
It is
Coming through.
not my time.
What do you expect, man? How can you blame me for that? Damn. Yeah, and I do know this guy. He's Giga Tilter. He's a Giga Tilter, but goddamn, dude. At least be realistic about it. Like, know when you fucked up. Even if I went on Amaterasu as he did, I would have died with him. Because I wouldn't have anything left either. And I don't even think I could have killed him. It's a level 4 Amaterasu. You think Vamana's gonna do shit against that? It's a little too optimistic. Realism is good, guys. You gotta be able to see things from a different perspective. Is it Chernobog mid?
An enemy has been slain.
Actually, that makes sense if it is.
He must have jogged on the meatball.
Have a great day. That must
Mamma
hurt.
mia, not again!
Let's celebrate.
Enemy ultimate down!
I'm also pretty sure he was level 3, by the way. Just to make that more clear. Pretty sure he was level 3 when Alcon was 4 as well. Also a trade we shouldn't be taking.
Your right tower is under attack.
Sit tight, shorty.
Let's celebrate.
The shadows.
Nice.
That must hurt.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's celebrate.
No, he's gonna be too fast for me. Come back.
Leave this place.
Okay, so maybe a little salt.
I'm glad it's Amaterasu and not something more pressure, because I still think Seagull is so hard for me to deal with. At least on Vamana, I'm comfortable enough to deal with Seagull. Seagull scares me.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Have a great day.
No!
An enemy has been slain.
What are you building? Oh, that item.
Amazing work.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way. That's what's up.
Unfortunate. If I didn't have a full wave, I might have been able to chase it down, but even then.
Let's celebrate.
No! I thought I got it.
You think you can just pass away like that? Mwah! Compliments with Jack. Attack!
Did my... Okay, thank God. I thought my lane went for a second.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Nice job.
That was a salty anchovy.
Amazing work.
Have a great day.
I'm the great. No problem.
Nice job.
Shadows.
Enemy has been slain.
Celebrate.
Was I wrong?
I really wanted to TP back. Just no time.
Man, sorry. Bulletproof boot.
Retreat left lane.
Man, sit tight, shorty.
Your right tower is under attack.
I just can't. Amaterasu's 2 does so much fucking damage. I would have to time it perfectly with my 3 and maybe my 2 to out-secure it. Even then, I don't even think I can.
Have a great day. Let's celebrate.
Your left tower is under attack. Be careful left. Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted.
Help! Left lane!
Mamma mia, not again! Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm just out of mana.
Destroyed the pyramids. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Wait, they also got gold? Huh? How? Yeah, Vamana's alright. Like, I don't think he's complete shit.
Get low, get low, get low!
Don't fight. I can't. I do less auto damage than her. I do less ability damage than her. That's just great.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is destroyed. My God! Yes!
Oh, that sucks. I'm just gonna back off. Well. And I feel like everything's just falling apart. Like, we're losing this even though... No. Yeah.
Even if I die, I'll simply keep coming back.
Your middle tower
I'm gonna upgrade CP first.
Your middle phoenix is under Bifrost! Aid me! Is under attack.
I screwed up positioning wise there. I thought we were gonna go in. Oh, we could go in. We might have been able to if I didn't screw up my one. I'm not sure she zooms. She zooms so fast. She's such a good warrior going into late game stages.
You cannot escape your
Bro, what is slowing me? Midgardian mail? Yeah, I couldn't have gone out. I just don't feel tanky to them.
Maybe a little. Artillery fire.
Being against a comp like theirs when they're also ahead as Vamana is just not it, man. It's fucking tough. And I'm gonna have to go for Spectral too, because he's running crit.
Treat, treat. Enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
At the moment, Welch is kind of behind outside of Heim. Heim is keeping up and is playing really well. The rest of us are kind of just so far behind.
Hey, sit tight, shorty.
My abilities were not up in time.
Retreat. Destroyed a left enemy. Your right tower has been destroyed. Retreat.
Almost feel like I'm trying to case steal. I'm really not.
Compliments to the chef. No one eats for free.
That's what's up.
Your middle phoenix.
I need 20, man.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Run away.
Well,
Your right phoenix has been destroyed.
without my starter, I'm nothing right now. $20.
Has destroyed the pyro. Bulletproof boom.
Yeah, I have to go Spectral last item. I do.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Even then, like at this point it's practically too late. Oh well. Yeah, this is kind of classic. I somewhat expect this. I feel like when I meet... I meet this. Damn. Clio is sure that it definitely wasn't his own fault. Yeah, last night I would have been Spectral. 100%. Just because of the crit. The Clio's dog. I don't think he's as bad, he's just an asshole. There is a difference. He's fine. Don't think there was a big problem with his skills, like personally, but he needs to shut the fuck up. But you can't talk to me when you have 16k. You gotta do more than that if you want to start whining at people. You literally did the least damage of all the damage dealers in the whole game. I don't want to hear it. I do think sometimes there's definitely... Sometimes you've done so well that I understand why you're really disappointed, but I don't think this is one of those games. Want to talk to you, Wolfie? What do you mean? What do you mean, buddy? You're lonely? I mean, you can always talk in chat. I try to talk to everyone in chat. And someone to talk to. Maybe off stream. But not while streaming. I can't concentrate on the game if I am also streaming. Also, I forgot. I'm doing Smite 2. I don't want to play Smite 1 anymore. Alright, give me a second to set it up. Are you guys winning? I am not, no. I've had fun, but I have not been winning. I should have won in my game before the Vamana game. Why is the sound coming from my speakers? Smite 2. You guys can hear it a little bit, but welcome to the Smite 2 Alpha, guys. I'm gonna mute it while it's going. I don't know why it's coming from my speakers, but I imagine it's because of the settings in the in-game. Okay. Options, thank you. Where? What the fuck? Why? What? You don't have an option. What do you mean? Also, what the fuck is this? I don't... Really? This is the max you can have in 3K? Buddy, I have 4K. Let me use my 4K. Oh my god. Smite 2, why? Alright, give me a second. I don't know why it's doing this, but... It's gotta be in my settings on my PC instead. I am 4K'd. They really gotta remove this video. I think it's fine while it's in the alpha, but when the beta releases, it's gotta go. Which I imagine it will, because they won't be saying alpha anymore. But I do think it's fine for the alpha. Huh? Sorry, let me test my my sounds here. Why is that doing that? Test. I found the problem, guys. Don't worry. I found the problem. I just didn't press the right button. I have a button that swaps between my my speakers and my headset. But for some reasons, it doesn't matter to Smite, because it only matters what you put it into the into settings. And I always have headset on
Thank you for joining
during
the
Smite, so
Alpha.
usually
This is a true alpha. We
it just always stays that way for some reason, no matter what my button says.
But we want you in there playing at this early stage and giving us your feedback so we can make sure that we're making the Smite 2 you want to play.
Scan the QR code.
Maybe what they should do is make it skippable.
Alpha testing phase.
Because I think a lot of us by now have heard it.
The gods.
All right. We're in. Great. Yo, Jack, are we playing? Or, we're grouping up with people here? Or am I just gonna go in solo here? You in? Okay. Let's get you in. Anyone else playing? Anyone else want to join? I'll give it a 30 seconds or so. Also, I'm gonna swap over to Smite 2 here on my category. Smite 2. We'll be playing after 2 AM. Damn. It's kind of specific. At work, I see. Fair enough. Yeah, I won't be playing too much tonight. As mentioned, I gotta fix my sleep schedule. My sleep schedule is so fucking bad. It is embarrassing. And I need a little bit of time to chill before I go to bed, so... I'll be able to do like 1 or 2 games or so. Alright, let's take a look at how they look though. Can't really tell from here. It's kind of far away, man. Loadout? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are we getting loadouts? What does this mean? I guess it just means skins and stuff. I got decided for a second. I thought you could make like a build. Also, guys, is this loud? You can go down a bit, music. I love music in games, but Jesus Christ, man. I don't need this kind of loppy music. It's fine audio-wise. Okay, just loud for me. I see. I can turn it up for you guys if it comes down to it, if it's too quiet. But should be... It was a bit loud on my end. Actually, I could just do something different. I can just turn down my headset instead. I'll do a few. I'm falling asleep. Yeah, no problem, Jack. I'm only gonna do a few as well. I also gotta get my ass to bed in not too long. I hope you're doing well, Wolfie, though. I got distracted from setting up Smite 2, but I hope you're doing good. Despite everything that's happened. So... Joining match. Conquest.
Susano.
Grab me the solo lane. You still can't spin the gods. He looks kind of there's a bit of an like a visual glitch here I see, but outside of that, like he looks fine. He looks kind of plasticky, but maybe that's just me. He kind of has the same problem I felt like we had with Bologna in the very beginning of the alphas, where she just kind of looks like a little too plasticky. Otherwise, I think he looks good. Like graphically, obviously not an update, so. Obviously can't see his face, but yeah. Hope they improve game feel from last alpha. I mean, yeah, I hope so too, but last alpha actually felt pretty good compared to the previous one. His one feels really clean. Okay. Can you, like, is everything on normal cast in the alpha? I forgot. Does instant cast exist? Because I think for Smite 2, I just need to put everything on instant cast to get used to it here. That will help me. The only thing I need them to improve is game feel. Yeah, they've shown me now that they know how to do that. I'll do this, I guess. I'll just do a normal thing for now, and let me try a new blink to see how that feels. Also, what the fuck is this? Oh, this the new starter items? Ew. Interesting. I guess I'll do Archmage.
How much for just this?
Interesting. I kind of like that. Also, what the fuck? It's so bright. Why is it so bright? My mouse settings feel kind of off.
You hold the key.
Okay. Everything should be good. Slightly framey a bit. I'm guessing it's doing some loading. Some rendering.
Minions have spawned.
Let me just make sure. I don't need everything. Like reflection stuff, go down. Shading, you can go down. Global illumination. I don't really need you that high either. Should help a little bit with the frames. The frames are kind of bad. It is not instant cast, that's for sure. Why is it so framey? Is it framey for anyone else so far that has played Smite 2? Because this is definitely way more framey than it has ever been. It hasn't been framed. This is the first alpha that has been framey for me. Like, at some areas, then sure. Maybe a little bit. Blue is still mana. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Jesus, dude, you can never do... Like, when are you supposed to do blue buff? Right now, blue buff is kind of... weird, because the creeps kill each other so fast that if you leave at any point, you're gonna lose creeps. You can't fucking leave. Like, you legitimately need the jungler to come and do the blue for you right now. That ain't happening casuals, I can tell you that.
That's too bad.
Curse you!
No, the auto didn't do enough damage. Alright. I screwed up my thing. Do not have... Yeah, you don't have any... Shit. I'm trying to see if you can somehow get instant cast somewhere. I don't think you can. No.
On my way.
Then the instant cast was disabled? I guess so. I wasn't sure, but if it is, then that sucks. Because Susano's one fields. It feels good, don't get me wrong.
Right back.
But this ability without instant cast feels kind of meh. It's kind of weird. You have to press so many fucking times. It doesn't feel good, per se. I do like the effects on him though. They're very bright compared to before. But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. That is not where I wanted to press it. I do think there is a glitch, because Susano is way too bright. Like, I am lit up. Why are you so lit up, Susano? Yeah, his effects do look better. I agree. Oh, it is much smaller, yeah. Alright, you can't just willy-nilly throw it out and always hit it. You cannot throw it out willy-nilly and always expect to hit it. You're gonna actually try and aim it now. Which is good, because that was definitely something weird in Susano, was how big his ult was, and you practically could never miss it. And how much damage it did on top of that too. I think that's a good change.
Your middle tower is under attack. What's the forecast?
He also has the same voice. Good to know. Only Thanatos' voice so far has been changed.
Enemies middle lane.
Oh, did they release why? Why he was? Okay. I mean, I assume there was some, obviously, a reason for it.
Your middle tower is
Oh,
under attack.
alright. Bro, if I could react a bit faster, I think I could have killed the Susano as well. But my 1 is so slow. I 100% agree that his 1 feels good, but because you have to do the constant pressing on it again, it doesn't feel as good. Without instant cast,
Enemy missing left.
it feels slightly weird. What a world we live in now. Suddenly, not having instant cast feels weird for me. On Susano specifically. Weird. Where are we going, Hades? Does this still cost 10 HP? It does. Or 10% HP. This is what I mean. I'm trying to press. Shit's not happening. It ain't happening, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
Also, why is Neath here?
Feel the sting of my desire.
Is Neath a new voice act? Oh, never mind. That's just her skin.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
You go, Neath. You go, Neath.
Enemy missing left.
Is my brightness really high? Can you auto run? Thank you. God damn. Let me just auto run my ass over there and see if because I don't know why.
Your right tower is under attack.
Why would my brightness be so high? Like it's on 50%.
Rampage.
No, I don't know. It's definitely glitchy because as you can see, Susano still lit the fuck up. There is some kind of visual glitch happening for me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't even rotate.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Dude, you can see shit from so far. Am I supposed to be able to see Hades walking over there? I don't think so, right? Like something is off. Can you have multiple buffs now as well?
What's the
The hell?
forecast?
You can have multiple buffs, okay. Hey, Kalina. Welcome, welcome.
On my way.
Ready. I might have to show my real strength.
Three looks nice. Yeah, the 3 looks pretty nice.
Your right tower is
Oh,
under
now
attack.
Ares is here too. Damn. Did Duo get clapped that hard? Yeah, they did. Rip.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Seems like there might be competent enemies in this one, and we... Yeah, that's just, you can just see people run around. Neath is there too. My god. Yo, you gotta get him, man. He's not gonna get him. Thanatos also died somehow.
But who will haunt your dreams now?
I think this game might be up to me and Jack, but it's gonna be real bad for me now that Ares exists. Okay, big problem here, Mr. Hyris. Ares is a god that exists. Why would you ever not go beats? You have to go beats, bro. You're literally forced to on some gods because they don't have built-in CC immune, like Susano. I'm fucked every time I get hit by Ares ultimate. I can't do anything about that. Ares is behind us again too. Okay, I gotta try and farm, because we do have, I believe, 3 people who is clearly not on the same level as our enemies, or me or Jack here, so I need to just farm. Because they just left duo, and they're not in duo anymore. Yeah, I'm queuing with Jack. Bro, leave the lane.
Retreat right lane.
Leave the lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
It's a buff as minions. I guess I'll see if I can just grab some of their stuff here.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Defend middle lane.
Where did he go? Alright, Bengals, have a nice one, man. Don't know where she went. Definitely still is some minor, like, lag, I guess it is. Like you can't press something instantly, it just feels like you're playing with a bit of ping. But it is definitely better than the first alpha. And it feels about the same as the last alpha so far. But I have to play a god that is built around it a bit more. And then I have played so I can compare. Oh, cavalry's here. I did not see all those. I'm sure Jack did.
Shut down.
Oops. Accidentally hit my swap to speakers button. I think once they have more gods, you'll play more regular and such. Yeah. I mean, by the time I guess you will get to that stage, it's probably going to be in the open beta anyway. So you can't just play it whenever you want. And for me, I think Smite 2, like, whenever I swap over to Smite 2, will all depend on how bad the lobby crashing and hacking gets in Smite 1. Because there are definitely days here where I'm literally like, I'm not sure if I feel like even streaming at the moment, simply because of, you know, the previous day maybe have been filled to the brim with bad games like that. The thoughts definitely cross my mind. Because I could literally just play anything else and I would have a great time knowing I will have a great time, rather than try and play Smite and have an okay time because people are bored hacking. You know? Like, I know I'll have a great time if I go play Elden Ring. Because there's no hackers, it's just me. It's just me having fun.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Defend the Fire Giant. Defend the Gold Fury. Okay. Defend.
On my way.
Enemy missing. Attack middle lane.
Brother. Did Ares just steal gold? And that's 3 on me in right. This is an oof situation, man. Gonna kill stuff? Perhaps. I can't get caught though. We need me and Jack needs to be probably together to have the best chance of fight potential. Go Thana. Yeah, good job Thana. How long will Smite 2 be up for? Probably until Sunday or Monday. I imagine Monday. Maybe like Sunday night. Something like that. Like during the weekend is when it will be up. I do not know the exact time it's gonna go down again. I need a speed buff. Although I guess I need far more than anything else. I'm running. Man, I can't believe we did get the Susano there. All because of Ares. It's like he saved the ult for all of us to group there. I just can't get out of it at all. Yeah, Neith was ready. That she was. I'm gonna farm all I can, because I'm just kind of behind. But at the same time, I also really want to try and see if we can help out the team. Because I can definitely kill stuff. I just need to be with Jack. I think that's the main thing. I got it back.
Enemies in left
Your
lane.
left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Dude, the lag, or not lag, but like the delay makes it so hard to play Susano. You gotta spam your shit, and I can't spam my shit.
Enemies behind us. Enemies behind us.
Where?
Be right back. Enemies behind us. Dispel their attacks.
Stressful game. I'm honestly surprised though that it didn't put instant cast in Smite 2. I feel like they probably know that many people have played with it for like years at this point. Many years. So not to have that as an option feels kind of strange.
Enemy tower.
I'm close to 20.
On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Gank. Left lane. On my way.
How did I miss? Fucking Hades always shows up, bro.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Hades always shows up. The fuck is that arrow? Is that a target? I guess it is. Yeah. I look for the solo player, because I know I can kill their Susano. But he's never alone. Someone always shows up with him. Go for the split push, Jack.
Killing spree.
There is instant cast? Is there? How? Tell me. Oh. Damn. Was it Neo who said in chat, there is no choice? Who said it actually? Who was it? Who lied to me? I could have just used my own eyes. I don't blame you guys. But I didn't know that this whole game. My god. This is gonna make everything so much better. Oops. Now I have to get used to having instacast. I'm not getting any of these kills. Which way are the minions going? It already feels much better. I can actually just use my abilities a bit more clean. Now I'm happy. I said I thought it wasn't available yet. So it's all your fault now. So you admit it. Excuse me. Fire? No. Oh well. Jack's pretty much doing most of the work. Susano doesn't actually do that much damage. Surprisingly. Susano doesn't do that much damage. Like, even to the full squishies, you know?
Shut down.
I do have an active item, I just realized. I gotta see what is this? I just gain strength. Yeah, I gotta use that when I go in. Didn't nerf the range as well on his 3, because it definitely feels not as long ranged.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
How many units is Smite 2? Let's see. Doesn't say, I guess.
Killing spree.
No specifics.
Your middle Phoenix.
Excuse me? Where did my combat blink go? And why is it on 233 seconds cooldown? Help? What happened? Well, I need to stop going near areas at all as well. Because he just kills me. He just ults me and someone follows up and I'm dead. That is my life in this one. I wish I could help Jack more here. I just can't with Ares. My only deaths in this whole game has pretty much been Ares ulting me into a death. I can't do shit about it. It's not even saying they're higher patch notes. Yeah, I mean the thing is they've already said they want to update this spell like descriptions. I imagine that's probably one of the things they're gonna do. Well, unfortunate. Susano feels kind of lacking in damage, I'm not gonna lie. He definitely doesn't do as much as Smite 1, which I think is good, but he doesn't just insta-kill people. Which makes it a little awkward, because you use your combo and you have to go fucking away. Like me later? Alright. Also, Jack, if you ever play Susano, remember to go beats against Ares. Otherwise, you're fucked. That is not a fun matchup if you don't have beats. It's a very punishing matchup. If you go inside Ares range at all, you get ulted and you're dead. I'm leader again? Oh. Okay, let me try a different god that I actually have played, like Bologna, to see how they feel. Just so I can compare it to the last alpha. Invite. I assume your name is just the same, right? How the fuck do you invite someone who doesn't? He isn't in your friend list. Can't you just add? I guess I'll add. Is it the same on Twitch? Vibes? Oh. Suggested friends. I don't need that. There we go. That's kind of funny. I don't even have to accept. Hehehe. Leave on hold. Yeah, I'll accept. If I could find it, I guess. I'll accept it next time. There it is. Like, in terms of actual soul laners, Smite 2 just isn't doing it for me yet. It's not really any soul I enjoy playing that much. Like, Bologna is the #1, and I feel like that says a pretty decent amount. Only expecting to give us more gods. You mean like per update? Yeah, because they said 1 per week earlier. Yeah, I guess we'll see. Like, it might speed up. I think right now it's taking longer because they're also trying to figure out the the core game mechanics. That tends to be how things work. It's the same thing with like fighting games. Like while developing the game, it's gonna take fucking ages to make a new character. But once they have all the core mechanics online, a new character is gonna come out every 3 months, which is still a long fucking time, you know. But for a MOBA, it shouldn't take that long, obviously. Bologna, I guess.
Bologna.
Scrap Bologna. Yeah, well, they should have done was port shift on Smite 1, and then rework the systems. They probably did with some stuff. Also, I do think I think that's a problem on my end. I don't know if it is. That's definitely the visual glitches on all the characters. I should have restarted my game before doing another game. Because there is absolutely some visual issues happening for me. That hasn't happened for me in the alpha before. There's an anti-aliasing issue. I'll try and turn it off. No, I'll do manual build for this one. What do they have? They don't have an Ares. I'm okay with Blink then. They do have a Goopis though. I could actually I could try Sundering Arc. Sure, for the sake of testing, I will try Sundering Arc. Probably Barbarian here. Let's try and set it to low. See if that does something. Oh, I'm gonna check stuff, other stuff here as well. Shadow can go down. Bro, you can see it changing in the back. Look at that. That changes something, definitely. Foliage? I don't need high foliage, that's fine. Reflection. Borderless window. Yeah, keep that. Also the weird-ass brightness. I'll go to 45. Motion blur off. Okay. Wait. Ragdoll on. Yes. Okay, that looks much better. Look at that. Now we're crisp. Is it crisp? Is it crisp? We're crisp now? Yo, I gotta buy something.
Excellent.
Minions have spawned.
I know minions have spawned. Shit. One of you, and grab that. Fantastic. I think I got everything.
Follow me.
What am I building first item though? I need to buy the not Bloodforged. What is it called? Dagger of Frenzy. That's what it's called. Serpent Spear, Dagger of Frenzy. There you are, my friend. I'm thinking Sunder might be the way to go for solo at the moment, because that insta-killing the buff is great, so you're not missing any creeps in solo. That's kind of PogChamp, to be honest. Yeah, Hog is back. I mentioned it earlier. I don't like it. Hog is a thing I was glad it wasn't in the game. Hog simply heavily encourages invading, and I don't like it. Bye. Oh yeah, everything's instant cast now. I forgot. I was getting ready to just hold that one. All my homies hate Mog. Yes, Hog. It's a very... That's a fast slow. Did not last for very long. I want to try a hog on him. He needs a hug. I want to hug Odin.
Observation is the key to victory.
Damn. Okay, I get how it works now. Interesting. So it's a dot. And yes, Neo, Hawk also has a dot now, so you can use it to kill people too. It's not a stun at least though, which I do think was much worse. Having a stun on some gods is game changing. But at least it's not that. Okay, Dagger of Frenzy. Next up, I need the hammer that lets me AoE my autos. This one, yes, because that one's just really nice on Bologna. And it still has the really good Manchu bow on the second there.
Hail.
10 damage on the auto. It's pretty sweet.
Killing spree.
No. Hold. Yeah. Almost missed that. Bologna's 2 does feel good. Definitely is an upgrade. I think it still needs a little bit more impact in terms of sound effects on the 2, because it's such a big slam down and just feels a little bit dry when it lands. But outside of that, what are you building, Odin? We're building a lot of different shit.
Enemy missing.
He's good at landing his 3. I'll give him that. He's good at interrupting my 3 or my 2.
Save yourself. That's too bad. Enemies incoming fire.
Manchu bow.
Ultimate is ready.
team has destroyed a
Yeah,
middle
he definitely hurts a
tower.
bit. My lack of protections definitely do that. They will do that shit. Probably need to save my 2 for the most part until he also uses his 3. Because 2 is my big damage thing, and if he interrupts it, he kind of just automatically wins the trade. I gotta do a bit better on that.
Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn it. Didn't even. Okay. They didn't even ult at all, dude. I just fucking jump in and I get ulted by both. I call fucking horse shit, man. That's some bullshit. I need to think about what the hell I'm even buying next. Probably protection. Yeah, I think I need this one.
Killing spree.
This one's pretty nice. Enemies who hit you with basic attacks lose 10% strength for 4 seconds, stacks up to 2 times. That's pretty sweet. So,
Tower is under attack.
they just nerfed themselves by hitting me. It is pretty nice.
Retreat, please.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll still say this. I don't think the tower thing should be able to go away.
Gank right away.
Okay.
Have fun. Did not come swiftly enough.
Because they give such a massive amount of gold that if that just gets wasted, what's the point? Because they can just fall down without you even having any say in it. Like, your creeps get pushed a little bit, they hit the tower, the balls fall down, you're somewhere else, and you lose all that gold. Because they just disappear. After some time.
Your left tower is under attack.
fuck, man? The one time I have a chance to kill stuff, everyone is here. Damn, what next? They do have on her. I think Hussar's Wings would be nice, because I can cleanse those. Not to mention just the extra movement speed is great. And it's a double protection item as well.
Killing spree. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under else. Unstoppable.
Have fun, team. I'm gonna push the lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Killing spree. Shut down.
We're gonna have Soul and her split pushing now, because of Dagger of Frenzy. They can kill towers so quick.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Observation is the key to victory.
My many.
Hey, tanked up. What are my PC specs? It's a good fucking question, man. I don't know. It would be easier to show, let me tell you that, because I'm not a computer person. I am very bad at the technical stuff of a PC. But if in terms of graphics card, I don't know. I have a 3060. That's about it.
I'm not so easily defeated.
I still can't believe they're focusing me, the level 16 Bellona, and not just the Ares. The immobile level 16 Ares. What a nightmare. A 3060, yeah. A 3060. It's either a 3060 or a 3080. No, I'm pretty sure it's a 60.
Two buzzards need one stone.
What made you think that I had a stronger one? Just because of the Elden Ring streams? I see. I need more attack speed. That's the conclusion that I am getting here.
You're something else.
Yeah, the weird driver thing, I'm guessing is the big reason for that. I don't understand why it's doing it. It's strange. Because yeah, I'm obviously running NVIDIA, so NVIDIA.
Rampage. Attack the gold. I'll attack the gold fury.
Sunder is definitely strange. I don't know if I like it.
Unstoppable.
It's very nice for the very first buff in solo, but outside of that, Blink is just way more useful.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
But I don't know. I actually think maybe if I was really smork, I could probably... Maybe I shouldn't say... No, I'll say it. If I want to be really smork, I could probably use... Wait. This one. I'd probably use the Sunder as a just take control of their buff type of situation. It's probably the best way to actually do it. Like people running Sunder and getting a lead early might actually be the pretty legit.
Killing spree. Shut down.
On my way.
Double kill. Define.
I'm not even gonna make it in time, am I? Thank you. I guess I'll just back and finish my item. Yeah, I'm still on. It's probably gonna be the last game though, but yeah. I'm still around. Does it still feel like 100 ping? Yes. I would say so. It doesn't feel better than the last alpha, but it obviously is an improvement from the previous alphas to that. So, it feels about the same now. I think the only difference really here is they've changed some things, and then they have added Susano and Ares. I see some smaller changes here and there. Like the passive on some items are slightly different. The Leviathan's hide here, for example, it used to be 5%, I believe, up to 4 stacks, but now it's 10% to 2 stacks instead. So small stuff like that. So there's some small item changes and balancing changes, I guess. Damn. Okay. Maybe I should use more of the items that I have. My active items suck ass. No, my active items don't suck ass. I suck ass because I can't use them. Yes, I think the Susano changes are pretty good. I feel like we can't tell anywhere because it doesn't say on the ability itself, but the 3 might be slightly shorter, so it's not as big of a teleport, as well as the ultimate being significantly smaller, which is very good, because that shit was unfucking miserable in Smite. It was way too powerful. I think it's a great change. Oh, my back hurts. What gods did they add so far? I can't name all of them, but that's about like, what, 20 gods, 25 gods or something by now? The recent ones are Ares and Susano. That's the usual, like Neith on her, Ymir, Athena. I'm just gonna go left. My game is going better when I'm not surrounded by teammates. Because they kill everything. I won't be able to be there. I will say the game does feel good now. It's just that it doesn't feel as good as Smite 1. Smite 1 still feels more snappy. But that's also the thing. I think Smite 1 practically feels perfect in terms of its just moment-to-moment gameplay. There's definitely improvements that can be made in terms of individual gods, but just how it feels to play is great. That's why I keep coming back. It just feels really good. What I'm hoping for is that it's gonna feel really good once the beta becomes, like when it becomes open beta. I don't know if they're gonna make a closed beta or if they're just calling the alpha that essentially at the moment. But I'm hoping the beta feels as good as the game is gonna end up feeling. It's just that it's gonna lack core mechanics, obviously.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. On my way.
I don't know what just happened to my ult, but I'm unsure what happened with my ult. Maybe I missed it. I thought I pressed it to jump over to the Ares ult, but then nothing happened. Yes, my one numbers are at a 5-year low. It makes sense. The game is in a really, really bad state in terms of its, shall I say, EU ranked state, with the amount of hacking and lobby crashing there is. So, it makes sense. But that's also exactly why Smite 2 needs to feel really good. You see me any moment where you died? I don't think so. Alright, are we doing one last, or are we done, team? I'll be alright with one last, but that would be the last one for me. The game looks way better design speaking since the last time I played. If you mean Smite 1, or I don't know if you mean Smite 1 or Smite 2, but also, let me check if he's still visual glitching a bit. Yeah, a little bit. There's still some visual glitching happening for me around his shoulders here. Oh, Smite 2? Yeah, Smite 2 definitely feels better. Was that my last? It depends on Jack. If Jack is still up for more, I'm willing to do another one, but Jack was also tired, so if Jack is going, I'm probably gonna go as well. If he's not doing another, alright, let's do it. But yeah, as I was saying, Smite 2 does feel better. It like this alpha and the previous one feels good, but not perfect yet. As I've mentioned a few times, it feels like playing with 100 ping. The previous alphas to the, to the last one felt like about 100 to 200, 150 to 200 ping instead. Now it feels like about 100. So it could be a bit better. It could be 50 lower, slightly less lag. But knowing that they can make it feel better gives me hope. So might just need time to, putting that into the code. Development is difficult. There aren't EU servers. It is already on EU servers. It's just that it feels. That's just the best way I can explain how it feels to play. It's just the game itself. That's just how it feels. Yeah, it's input delay. Yeah, and the animations are also not always adding up as well. And yeah, it's difficult. I definitely understand the problems with it, but I also think it is worth stating how important it is that it needs to work when the game goes into open beta. Because when a casual player sees Smite 2 is now available to play, people will judge it based on that open beta, and they won't be coming back if they don't like it. So, the Smite 2 beta needs to hit. And the most important thing is the gameplay needs to feel good. I just pray they actually get more competent devs on their team. I don't know. I haven't followed along their dev team at all, so I don't know if they are incompetent or not. I haven't seen anything. But yeah, I don't know. Hyris might be in a tough position because if Smite 1 isn't doing well, their big moneymaker isn't really money making. So I don't know how things will shape up if Smite 1 suddenly isn't doing too hot. Which I guess it isn't at the moment. Like, I have hope. I hope it's gonna work out well for Harris, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Yes, my 2 is gone. I'm never only gonna play Super Smash Bros. In code. Yeah. It's a good game though. I never played Super Smash Bros. I actually never played it. Because I don't have friends. That's the problem. Bro, Ymir has 5 skins. High risk, come on. Why does Ymir have 5 skins again? Stop giving Ymir all the skins, man. Yeah, I have so many games to play. I'm a gigantic gamer. I will always have something to play. If I suddenly don't play Smite anymore, the thing that would change the most is probably that I wouldn't be streaming. Which would be a bit sad. But I'm not really interested in streaming other games, to be honest. It's just for some reason Smite isn't as nice for me. I like the community that I have had for Smite. Obviously Blink. There's no way I'm not gonna go Blink on Ymir. But they also have Ares, so gotta be careful. It's this weird one. Weird.
Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Be careful.
The pinging. The word pinging is so unnecessary to me. We don't need it, man.
Nice job.
That was close.
Middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's too bad. Enemy missing. Be careful, right? Nice job.
Middle lane. On my way.
On my way.
I didn't think about what I was going to build. Well, if I'm going for the face punch again, might as well just start with Dagger or Frenzy. Can't go wrong with that. Shimmy orders look awkward. I actually think they feel pretty good. Surprisingly, his autos are probably what feels the best so far to me, in terms of all auto attacks. Bellona's to me feel really bad. She still just does not feel good. She's very powerful, and I'm kind of getting used to the awkwardness of them, but still, it doesn't feel good.
Ultimate is down. Sorry. Completed.
Completed.
Why you beer always carry these?
I forgot, I had instant cast. Man, the wall's gonna be hard for me at instant cast.
Nice job.
Yeah. Damn. The abilities that you don't, that you kind of have to flick, like Ulu 3 and stuff like that, is what's going to be toughest for me to get used to on instant cast. But having those types of abilities on instant cast is also a massive advantage. I just gotta get used to it. I agree with you, Neo, 100%. I also think, in general, revealing something in alpha is a massive, massive game. Because even in alpha state, people want it to be good. Because people will buy it. Because it looks fun, maybe. And if it doesn't feel good, they're gonna be like, fuck this. And they're never coming back. Because now they have a bad experience with it. So, it happens all the time. You swap from instant to normal, you lag it way more. That's fair. I think if you're good at instant casting, it is better, just because you can... There's some abilities that just... You gotta react fast, and normally you just can't react as fast. At least that's my experience with it.
Why you beer always carry these?
I've obviously been successful in Smite a few times, so and that's just with normal cast, so it's not like you can't do it at all, but... I can't help but feel there is a certain advantage in having, or being super used to instant cast.
Nice job.
Yeah, the wall is definitely weird for me. I really need to get used to that. I also don't have a targeter on... Yeah, I don't have a targeter. I can't tell at all what the fuck is gonna come up. I gotta get myself a targeter. If it exists. Ground target. Arrow. Oh, it's okay. It's just an arrow so far, I guess. I see. Damn. It feels kind of weird on Ymir. Maybe it's because I can't fucking see it half the time with the fucking mace. You should have a ruler? Why? Back from Bridland. Hey, welcome back, Winari. Did you enjoy it? Did you have a good time?
Be careful left.
Enemy
Your middle tower is under attack.
Brother, stop doing my blue buff, man.
Attack right lane. Attack. Ultimate is ready.
on my way.
Completed.
Rampage.
That's too bad.
You rock.
Enemies have returned to base. Oops.
Enemies have returned
Nice
to
job.
base.
Gank right lane.
Does he have a ward here?
Unstoppable.
Nice job.
Enemies
Enemy
have returned to
tower.
base.
Can I wave at him? No, we don't have that yet. No emotes.
Attack!
Bye.
Bye.
He might have heard the level up sound. Like, I'm getting XP for this, he's not. I guess this is working out for me.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Look at this game, huh? I'm gonna just expect the foliage while I wait, I guess.
Killing spree.
Okay.
Okay.
How did he know? How could anyone know?
Thanks. Ultimate is ready. Attack left lane.
Destroyed a left enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your middle tower.
No, I was about to go on Susano. Oh well. Alright. God damn. Everything hurts. This is what getting old is like. My whole body just hurts. Alright. I didn't buy anything yet. Don't worry, Iris. I also won't. There is a match history now, though. That's cool. Very cool. I did not even realize. Is there different game modes? Wait a minute. You can play Arena? Huh. Arena is a thing now. How did we not know this? I kind of want to try just to see how it looks. But that's for tomorrow. Maybe slam one arena. Alright, you convinced me. Let's check it out. Let's see if anyone is even playing arena, because we didn't realize it. So maybe nobody else has realized you can play arena. So easy to convince. I kind of convinced myself too, because I didn't see it was a thing. I kind of want to do just one quickie little arena. Joining queue. Oh. Someone is AFK, I guess. We got someone AFK. Alright, Vibes. You dipping? I'll cancel the search if you're leaving. But yeah, thank you for the games, man. Good to see you. Damn AFKs. I'm not sure it works anyway. It seems very glitchy when you can even go, like, queue and go in. Or go out, I should say. Like, when you cancel, it takes forever. Arena might not be working correctly. If Vives is done, I'm gonna kick him. Yes. Let's see if this works now. Alright, there we go. I guess when you queue, you have to accept as well. Interesting. Or maybe Vibes just left the game or something and he was just still in the party for some reason. Oh, I'm tired. Alright. It's arena, so I have to play a mage. It's a mage or Bacchus, but to be fair, what's the difference? Maybe I try out Zeus again. I haven't really played Zeus since the first alpha, because I didn't really enjoy the new Zeus. Actually, how many is this? 8, 8? Okay, so what, we have 21 gods so far? Okay. Got a long way to go to get everyone in. It feels like, at this rate, it's gonna take slightly longer than a year. Hopefully it won't be that bad. Some gods also don't need to be changed. Some gods can just be ported, and then they can always be, you know, they can always be tweaked after the fact, I suppose. Because I don't know if they're gonna add new gods as well, with like they did with Hecate. Though Hecate feels like just kind of like a release god type of thing. Kind of getting some interest into the game with a new god. I do think it was a mistake changing Smite 2 too much though. Because Smite 2 feels in gameplay the same, but I don't like the new physical magical system. Like where some gods scale with different shit. Or the same shit, but in two different ways on the same ability. It's just super awkward. Like Odin's 1 or 3 scales with the physical one on the last hit and then magical on the two first like thumps going out. I think that's fucking weird. I don't like that. I feel like that's looking for too small intricacies. It's a little bit too small and unnecessary. And I think I need beats, I guess, for this one. Well, this certainly looks ported. Oh, it's like a gate. Almost a... I am not gonna use more than one pot. I think it's a good middle ground for sure, but needlessly complex. Yeah, I also think it's needlessly complex. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I thought it's just unnecessarily complex. If you want to test that stuff later, I guess that's fine, but it feels kind of weird to me. Like, people like how Smite was, I guess, for a reason. To the cape. You can just have the same person take all the buffs now. Oh yeah, damn, I'm instant cast. I gotta get used to her as well in instant cast. Shut up, Morgan. Why do you keep laughing? Oh? Well, hello, Smite 2. Is this me or is this the game? Can someone confirm in chat that this isn't me? Okay. Game? Okay. Did this happen to someone else? Jack, are you, you're around? Okay. Did I just get thrown out? Weird. Weird. Game trying to just balance it. This team is too many players. Get him out. Yeah, no, I guess I can't get in it either way. Alright, I don't know if this happened to the other guys as well. But I'm back in party with them now. I don't know what happened. Oh well. Arena definitely felt glitchy in the first place from before, so whatever. I don't know what is happening. What if I just press leave match? Oh, okay. I have now left the match. I guess. Interesting. Alright, and I guess this is probably just where I'm gonna end it. Hopefully Arena works tomorrow, because it could be fun playing some Arena. Just to get some chaos in. Can I come? You mean now? I'm gonna leave. Yeah, I'm done for now. It's late, I'm tired. It was Jack's last game as well, but Arena seems glitchy for some reason. I was just kicked out. I was just kicked out of Arena for no reason. Alright. Yeah. I'll end it here. I don't know if Jack is still in game. Jack isn't answering, so I have no idea. But this will be where I end for tonight. Thank you all for watching as always. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.